tax cuts proposal was introduced in January 2024 that would have provided more than $1 billion in savings to Kansas taxpayers over 3 years. And whereas those proposed tax cuts would have significantly reduced state property taxes for Kansas homeowners, completely eliminated state taxes on Social Security, increased the standard deduction, immediately eliminated state sales tax on groceries, diapers, and feminine hygiene products, provided substantial relief for childcare, and created a back-to-school state sales tax holiday, and the legislature decided not to support the proposal. And whereas the legislature was unable to pass sustainable comprehensive tax relief during the 2024 session, whereas it is of utmost urgency the legislature act to provide all Kansas with responsible common sense tax relief, now therefore, I, Laura Kelly, Governor of the State of Kansas, by the authority vested by me in the Constitution of the State of Kansas, hereby call the legislature of the State of Kansas into special session at the Capitol in Topeka, Kansas, on 18th day of June, 2024, at the hour of 9:00 a.m. to pass sustainable comprehensive tax relief.
The House will come to order. Members will be at their seats. The clerk has opened the roll, and you may record your presence. Please rise and give your attention to the House chaplain, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Representative Black.
Good morning, friends. Let us pray. Dear fathers, we open this special session. The necessity of your leadership and wisdom is paramount. Thank you for those who travel far, set aside personal agendas, and have made themselves available for the work set before them. May their commitment to the people of Kansas and their call of service be honored with memorable accomplishments this day. I want to take a moment and honor the memory of our colleague, Les Mason, and his unique service to our state as well as to this House of Representatives. His leadership will be missed today as we debate issues which could very well impact our state for years to come. Your word declares in Proverbs 11:14, where there is no guidance, the people fall, but in an abundance of counselors, there is victory. I pray for each representative in this chamber to be a counselor, providing guidance for the people they represent. May any victory achieved be claimed for the people of Kansas, and not for anyone's personal fame or accreditation. Bless the families of our representatives. Some have had to rearrange plans and schedules, and will of the people might move forward. I pray their patience and sacrifice will be rewarded through positive legislation. Thank you for the staff and support personnel who have shown up today to help make things go so smoothly. Their service and dedication to duty is not overlooked. And now, Father, may peace, legislative productivity, and positive outcomes mark this day. I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the States of America, to the republic which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Has every member had an opportunity to record their presence? The clerk will close the roll and record the attendance.
What's that? Introduction of original motions and House resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Resolution 6001 by Representative Hawkins, Crofton v. Miller, a resolution relating to the organization of the House of Representatives. Be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the State of Kansas that the Chief Clerk of the House of Representatives notify the Senate that the House is organized with the following officers: Dan Hawkins, Speaker; Blake Carpenter, Speaker Pro Tem; Chris Croft, Majority Leader; Vic Miller, Minority Leader; Susan Kinar, Chief Clerk; Foster Chisholm, Sergeant-at-Arms, and awaits the pleasure of the Senate.
On House Resolution 6001, the Speaker recognizes Representative Croft for a motion to adopt the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of House Resolution 6001.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say no. Motion carries. Introduction of original motions and House resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Resolution 6002 by Representative Hawkins, Crofton v. Miller, a resolution relating to the assignment of seats of the House of Representatives. Be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the State of Kansas that the members of the 2024 Special Session Legislature shall occupy the same seats assigned pursuant to 2024 House Resolution number 6029 with the following exception: will be assigned to seat number 118 after being sworn in as the appointed replacement for District 73.
On House Resolution 6002, the Speaker recognizes Representative Croft for a motion to adopt the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of House Resolution 6002.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The motion carries. Messages from the governor. The clerk will read.
Message from the governor regarding special legislative session. Kansans need tax relief now. My administration's unwavering commitment to sound fiscal management and historic economic growth has created the opportunity to provide sales, income, and property tax relief for all Kansans. In January, I introduced with bipartisan support a tax cut proposal that would have provided more than $1 billion in tax relief. This proposal significantly reduced state property taxes, eliminated state taxes on Social Security, increased the standard deduction for state income tax, and immediately eliminated the state sales tax on food, among other provisions. Kansans should be enjoying those tax breaks now. However, instead of embracing my plan, legislative leadership crafted their own tax relief legislation. While I appreciate the bipartisan efforts that went into the tax relief bills passed by the legislature this session, each of these proposals was too costly and endangered the state's fiscal future. I vetoed those bills and asked the legislature for a common sense, fiscally sustainable alternative. We cannot repeat past mistakes. We cannot jeopardize the progress made in rebuilding our state's economy, infrastructure, and education system over the last 6 years. As you return, legislative leadership and I have come to a consensus on tax relief package that will be presented to the House and Senate during the upcoming special session. This agreement allows significant, long overdue tax relief to Kansans while preserving our ability to invest in the state's future. This agreement is not without its flaws. The movement from a three-tiered to income tax structure limits the amount of property tax relief that can be provided to Kansans. However, it does meet the affordability criteria I propose. Thus, should the legislature pass this negotiated agreement without changes, I intend to sign it. Now is the time for us to get this done, and together we can. Governor Laura Kelly, June 14, 2024.
Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill Number 2001 by Representative Hawkins, an act concerning economic development relating to the Star Bonds Financing Act, authorizing the Secretary of Commerce to enter into agreements with major professional sports franchises to establish up to 2 Star Bond projects for a major professional sports complex or approve such projects of a city or county as authorized by the Legislative Coordinating Council, expanding bond financing revenue sources on the discretion of the Secretary and making other provisions in the Star Bonds Financing Act for the purpose of facilitating such projects, allowing the Secretary to undertake or finance such projects independently or with local revenue when approved by a city or county, limiting the Secretary's authority to approve such projects to a period of 1 year, and permitting the Legislative Coordinating Council to extend such authority for an additional year, authorizing the Kansas Development Finance Authority to issue Star Bonds for such projects when approved by the Secretary, providing for transfers of certain funds from the State Gaming Revenues Fund to the Attracting Professional Sports to Kansas Fund for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2025, and each fiscal year thereafter. House Bill 2002 by Representative Stogsdill, an act concerning health and healthcare relating to health insurance coverage, expanding medical assistance eligibility, enacting the Cutting Healthcare Costs for All Kansans Act, directing the Department of Health and Environment to study certain Medicaid expansion topics, adding meeting days to the Robert G. Bob Bethel Joint Committee on Home and Community-Based Services and CanCare Oversight to monitor implementation of expanded medical assistance eligibility. House Bill Number 2003 by Representative Proctor, Beeler, and others, an act concerning taxation relating to income tax, establishing the Veterans Valor Property Tax Relief Act, and providing for an income tax credit or refund for eligible individuals, modifying the definition of household income and increasing value threshold for eligibility of seniors and disabled veterans relating to increased property tax claims, and citing the section as the Homeowners Property Tax Freeze Program, relating to property tax, providing exemptions for certain personal property, including watercraft, marine equipment, off-road vehicles, motorized bicycles, and certain trailers, excluding Internal Revenue Code Section 1031 exchange transactions as indicators of fair market value, providing for certain exclusions from the prohibition of paying taxes under protest after a valuation notice appeal, providing 4 years prior values on the annual valuation notice. House Bill 2004 by Representative Curtis, Oropeza, and Wynn, an act concerning taxation authorizing counties to propose an earnings tax, amendment KSA 19-1001A. House Concurrent Resolution 5001 by Representative S. Miller, Carlin, and others, a proposition to amend Section 2 of the Bill of Rights of the Constitution of the State of Kansas to insert the right to vote as a political right.
House Bill 2001 is hereby referred to the Committee of the Whole. We will stand at ease as we wait for a message from the Senate. Body will come to order.
Yes, an SCR.
Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
Announcing adoption of SR 1701, a resolution relating to the organization of the 2024 Senate and the selection of the following officers: Ty Masterson, President; Rick Wilborn, Vice President; Larry Alley, Majority Leader; Dinah Sykes, Minority Leader; Cordian Carnahan, Secretary; and Don Cackler, Sergeant at Arms, and awaits the pleasure of the House of Representatives. Announcing adoption of SCR 1601. Senate Concurrent Resolution 1601 by Senators Masterson, Alley, and Sykes. A concurrent resolution informing the governor that the two houses of the legislature are duly organized and ready to receive communications. Be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Kansas, the House of Representatives concurring therein, that the Secretary of the Senate and the Chief Clerk of the House of Representatives be appointed to wait upon the governor and inform the governor that the two houses of the legislature are duly organized and are ready to receive any communications that the governor may have to present.
On SCR 1601, the Speaker recognizes Representative Croft for a motion to adopt the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of SCR 1601.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Are there announcements? Seeing none, the Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to recess. Speaker recognizes Representative Stogsdill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats, we will have agenda immediately upon recess. 152 South.
Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to recess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republicans, we will calendar immediately upon recess in the old Supreme Court. I do the other, I forgot what I was going to say. Mr. Speaker, I move we stand in recess until 10:30 a.m.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess.
But we need to find out, Susan. Yeah, and I don't know the answer to that. Oh, wait,
The House will be in order. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of Senate Bill 1.
Senate Bill 1 is hereby referred to the Committee of the Whole. The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 2311, I move that emergency be declared and Senate Bill 1 and House Bill 2001 be advanced to the order of business, final action and bills and concurrent resolutions subject to amendment and debate.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries. For the purposes of carrying Senate Bill 1, the Speaker recognizes Representative Adam Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, I apologize. I'm maybe not as well prepared as I usually am. I've made a lot of notes on the bill when we had that. Thankfully, Legislative Research did put out a kind of a bill brief, a summary, so I'll try to follow along with that because that's usually easier for folks to follow along with. But first of all, welcome back. As much as I enjoy working with everybody, I'm not really happy that we're back here, but on a side note, if anybody needs a baseball to throw around, I'd make you a really good deal on one I got picked up here a while back. But sorry, that's an inside joke. But first of all, I just want to start off by saying Senate Bill 1 is very similar to Senate Bill 37, the last tax bill that we passed out of the chamber, with a few provisions, so a few changes. I want to go over, starting in the Legislative Research bill brief. The first portions are kind of what was retained, and then there's some new things at the bottom at the end that were changed. So starting off, this does retain the two bracket system. The only change in that is a 100th% change in the tax rate at the top rate from 5.57 up to 5.58. Otherwise, the bottom bracket is still 5.2. That was the same as it was in Senate Bill 37. The thresholds all remain the same. The standard deduction and personal exemption amount increases remain the same as they were in Senate Bill 37. The standard deduction was a 3% increase over what is in current law. The personal exemption was a fairly significant increase. Currently, in current law, it's $2,250 for a single filer. That personal exemption increases to $9,160, and for a married joint filer, married couple, that personal exemption amount goes up to $18,320. We also did a 3% increase for the personal exemption for each dependent from $2,250 up to $2,320. Also in this bill, similar to Senate Bill 37, the Social Security income is completely exempt from Kansas state income tax. The reduction in the privilege fees for banks and financial institutions, this goes back to the apex reduction for corporate rates. Banks were unintentionally left out of that. Banks don't pay income tax, they pay a privilege tax. So part of apex legislation was with the acceptance or certification of those projects, there was a reduction in the corporate income tax rate. So these financial institution rates were just adjusted by the same proportion as the corporate rate reduction in that language. This does continue the abolishment of the local ad valorem tax reduction fund and the county and city revenue sharing funds, similar to what was in Senate Bill 37. It does retain the special city-county highway fund. I think if we fully fund that, we had that in one of our bills. I think it was Senate Bill 300. We did fully fund that. That's worth about $11.5 million going back to local governments, strictly related to roads and bridges and some assistance to local governments there. Perhaps we can look at funding that in the future years. But the other two demand transfers, the LAVTR and the CCRS, are abolished. This does increase the amount of the residential exemption on your house. In Senate Bill 37, we had increased that amount from $42,049 all the way up to $100,000. In this new bill, the agreement has been to increase that up to $75,000. And along the lines of property tax, also in Senate Bill 37, we had a slight reduction in the statewide mill levy from 20 mills down to 19.5. It is going to stay at 20 mills. I told our caucus when we were calendaring, that's one of the things I was a little disappointed that the property tax seemed to take the bulk of the reduction of the tax cuts, if you want to say it that way. We lost a lot of property tax from Senate Bill 37 to this one here. I want to come back next year, make property tax a priority early on in the session before budget is adopted. If we can get those tax cuts put into place, at that time we'll have a really good idea of what the economic state of the state is. Hopefully we can afford some more tax cuts, and we'll come after property tax next year with a passion. One thing that was on this bill that was not in Senate Bill 37 was the increase to the child and dependent care income tax credit. Currently, that is set at 25% of the federal tax credit. I believe the governor we had passed a bill that set that at 100%. We did kind of negotiate and come to a compromise at 50% increase on that one. This also includes the language that was part of House Bill 2096 regarding 1031 exchanges and whether or not those are considered valid sales for property appraisals. We have it in rules and regs that those are not to be included, but this does codify it in statute. Looking at the fiscal note, generally this plan is about $50 to $55 million per year less than Senate Bill 37. The negotiated agreement, as the governor's proclamation stated, she was concerned about the sustainability of the income tax cut. So we made a significant effort to try to reduce that amount. Like I said, I was sad that the agreement seemed to land mostly on property tax as far as making up the difference there, but we will come back for that next year. I think it's important to know that, we seem to be talking about 5-year fiscal notes now. We used to do 3-year. This year, we've kind of been looking even farther out just to try to make sure things are sustainable and in a good place. I think it's important to point out that this bill alone, not including the other tax bills that we've already passed this year, this bill alone, the 5-year total is $1.996 billion. We're just a hair shy of providing $2 billion in tax relief back to Kansans with this bill. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would stand for questions.
Speaker recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have any questions. I do rise in support of the bill. I think the chairman did a good job explaining the bill, although maybe I missed it, but I think you left out one thing. This bill, Senate Bill 37 moved up, eliminating the sales tax on food to July 1st this year. This bill does not do that. It's too late, for one thing, to do it by July 1st. We would have had to have done it before June 1st. So the soonest we could have got eliminated was October 1st. This bill just waits till January 1st, leaves it under current law. I think that was the only thing he forgot to mention. Otherwise, I think he mentioned all the provisions in the bill. If you listened, it's very close to Senate Bill 37, the last bill we passed. He went through some of the changes. The key in terms of the cost, the focus seemed to be on the last year, 2029, making sure that in that year, that the total amount spent hit a target. And if you look at the difference between the cost of Senate Bill 37 and this bill, The income tax piece is $6 million less. So it was $209 million of income tax relief in 2029. Under 37, it's $203 million in this bill, so pretty close. The other, Social Security is the same, the privilege tax is the same. But you get down to the property tax piece, and that's the big difference. There's $56 million less property tax relief in this bill than in Senate Bill 37. And then there's one piece where we added $6 million more tax relief, and that was adding in that child tax care credit. So the child tax care credit goes from 25% to 50%, and that's $6 million more. So overall, it is around $50 million less tax relief than the last bill we passed, and it pretty much all comes from the property tax piece. And I'm like the chairman, to frustrate with that. I believe we got to make property tax relief a priority. I'm really disappointed the $100,000 exemption's not in here. But we'll be back here in 6 months, and I agree with the chairman. We need to make that a priority and work hard at getting some property tax relief. I think that's the key thing that's not in here. And I think I would urge the body to support this bill today. Let's get this off the table. Let's get this income tax cut. Let's get Social Security exemption. Let's get the child tax care credit increase. Let's get all those things. They're good things. Get them done. Then come back in January and fight for more property tax relief.
Speaker recognizes Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, our last night here, the last vote that we took was to send property tax relief for veterans and seniors to the governor for signature. We passed that, Senate passed that. No, my senator voted present. We passed that, and she vetoed it. That property tax relief is something that our veterans in the state of Kansas have been asking for years. This chamber, October 2022, they all met here and they told us that their #1 priority was property tax relief for disabled veterans. Then last year, in October, they met in this chamber and they told us, you ain't got it done yet. It's still our #1 priority. Get it done. So we sent that bill to the governor and the governor vetoed that bill. A lot of those veterans are watching right now because they want me to file an amendment to this tax bill in order to provide that property tax relief. This is the hardest thing, one of the hardest things that I've had to do since I entered this chamber, but I'm not going to submit this amendment. And I'd like you to indulge me for just a second to explain to those folks why. You know, just like all of you, before we got called back here by the governor, I was out campaigning, knocking on doors in my district. The #1 thing that I heard was property taxes. And I know y'all are hearing all the same thing. And I'm very disappointed that because my senator voted for the bill, but then did not vote to override, we're back here considering a bill that has way less property tax relief than any of the other bills that we sent to the governor. The mill levy cut is completely gone, and the exemption, the increase in the exemption is almost halved. But the other thing that I hear almost as frequently in my district as property tax relief is the income tax on Social Security. And this bill that we're considering right now eliminates that income tax. And the reason that I came up here all those years ago, 4 years ago, was to create incentives to get a lot of the folks who are sitting on the sidelines, have been sitting on the sidelines since COVID, and many of them before, back into the workforce and back working. And what this bill does is drastically increase the amount of their income that is not taxed at all, to incentivize them to get out of the hamster wheel of government dependency and get into the economy, growing their lives, growing their futures, growing their families. And this amendment would stand in the way of providing that property tax and that income tax, or I'm sorry, that income tax relief. We're one vote away from eliminating the Social Security income tax. We're one vote away from dramatically increasing the number of people who are not going to be on the income tax rolls at all. And so I'm not going to submit this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Minority Leader Vic Miller. There'll be nobody standing in the main aisle.
Thought I was in trouble again. Just give me a little time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't like this plan, but I like this plan. I don't agree, much like the previous speakers, I don't agree with tax relief this year being top-heavy toward income tax and not property tax. And what confuses me the most about the people who negotiated this deal is I heard the very characters, some of them at least, involved in that negotiation state that the number one issue that Kansas taxpayers were concerned about was high property taxes. I heard it more than once from some of our leaders, at least one of them. Property tax relief, property tax relief, property tax relief. So I scratched my head as to why what we're doing is top-heavy to income tax cuts. And when I say top-heavy, we need to study the numbers. We have a line that says income tax. We also have a line that says Social Security exemption, which is income tax. So you combine those two lines, and we're, in this bill, I'll just use 1 year, the first year, we're going to be giving $400 million of income tax relief compared to property tax relief of $55 million, 8 times as much, when it seems universal to me, listening to you all, listening to those people that were mentioned a while ago, those people whose doors are open to us this campaign season, property tax relief. But the governor has earned the right to shape a tax plan, tax relief plan that she sees is the best one. The reason we're sitting here and standing here today is because Governor Kelly has been a good steward of Kansas monies. And we find ourselves in the enviable position of being able to offer tax relief of one kind or the other, and in this case, several kinds. I'm very upset that we're eliminating the language that provides for the local ad valorem tax reduction fund. And I understand we have not funded it, but why are we giving up? Why are we taking it out of the statute? And the answer is so it's easier to not fund it in the future. It's an unnecessary step, but it's included in this package just to make it easier on those people who don't want to assist local units of government in keeping property taxes low. So I don't like that. I will say this, that the income tax cut proposal is one that I really like. We have some schedules that I've looked at. I neglected to bring them up here to read you the numbers, but one example in the effect of those cuts is that people making $25,000 a year will be getting almost exactly the same amount of tax reduction as people making $250,000. That couldn't be any more progressive or, in my mind, democratically founded, democratically with a D, a big D. It's a income tax structure adjustment that is great. I want to talk just a moment about that point because I'm getting out there on the streets, I'm getting people who think that what we're doing resembles the proposal of the flat tax. Y'all remember that. Some of us were very much against that. One of the charts we looked at showed that 70% of the refund was targeted at 20% of the highest earning taxpayers. It was anything but just. And consequently, it failed. Some people are confusing these cuts with that plan, and I need to make it clear, and you need to make it clear when it comes up. This is not the flat tax plan nor anything resembling it. This is a progressive income tax adjustment, and I like that. As was mentioned by the previous speaker, the last day we were here, we observed the height of hypocrisy. One of the worst evil proposals I've ever witnessed was brought to us in the form of a bundled conference committee report. We had some very brave members of this body get up here and talk about sending that evil proposal back to conference committee. Notwithstanding that included in that proposal was this provision to give certain veterans relief on their property tax bill. And there were some impassioned speeches given, deservedly, about how horrible it was to offer that provision associated with special interest garbage. That motion to send it back to conference committee passed on a voice vote. You listen to the tape, and I have, there's not a murmur of no opposing it. And it was very specifically noted what was wrong with that bill, and fundamentally what was wrong with it is this crazy process that has developed over the last couple decades called bundling. Bundling.
Representative, I'm going to bump you back towards Senate Bill 1. If you please.
Yes, sir. Senate Bill 1 does not include relief for veterans. And so my comments relative to that are pertinent. The bill that we sent back to conference committee was dusted off a little bit, came back out, and then passed. And there were the same people, some of the same people who had frowned upon the earlier conference report came down here and championed the passage of the subsequent conference committee report. It went to Governor Kelly, and she vetoed it. And then one of the champions of the veterans provision accused Governor Kelly of playing politics because she vetoed that bill. Let's decide who was playing politics. The bill that she vetoed, that included a provision for property tax relief for veterans, which would have cost about $8 million a year, was bundled with other provisions that cost an additional $74 million. It was bundled with provisions that, by our very debate, were directed at a single taxpayer, one of the richest people in the state of Kansas. And we used words when we argued in favor of that veterans exemption like respect. I can tell you we were not respecting veterans when we passed the bill we passed. We were disrespecting them because we were inviting the governor to veto a bill with those other provisions that were bundled. And thank you to those that have negotiated a package to get us out of here. I think we need to get out of here. But I think we need to make one last attempt to actually demonstrate true respect for our veterans, and therefore I have an amendment.
Representative, would you like to explain your amendment?
Thank you. My amendment has two parts. Listen closely. It has two parts, and each of them are important. I appreciate the governor's interest in sustainability. And that was the reason she vetoed our last tax package. This tax package is designed, the one you're looking at, is designed to rectify, to address the sustainability issues, and I do not want to upset that apple cart. So what my amendment does is it reinstates the passage of the Veterans Valor Property Tax Relief Act, which provides for a 75% refund of property taxes paid, not by just veterans, okay? Totally disabled, unemployable veterans. The second part of my amendment is it caps the Social Security cut at $250,000. Currently, that cap is $75,000. That's when you start paying taxes on your Social Security. Under my amendment, it would not exempt them totally. It would cap it at $250,000. That's my explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Is there objection to the waiving of the reading? No, no objection. Okay. Does any member desire to speak to the amendment? Representative Adam Smith.
Good afternoon. Nope, it's just fine. I'd be wondering if you'd stand for a question. Do you have a fiscal note on this?
Stand close so you can follow. Okay. All right. A total elimination of Social Security tax. I hope everyone's got the same chart that I do, but in fiscal 25, that costs $152 million. Next year, $121 million. The next year, $124, then $128, then $131. This amendment, capping it at $250,000, those numbers look like this. First year, $137 million versus $152. I can go through each of the years, but the net effect of that part of my amendment, the net effect is this. The first year, we would be eliminating all but $15 million of the 152. About 1/10 would be left. The second year, again, $12 million would be the net addition to state revenues as opposed to 121 million. Again, there would only be about 10% of what we currently collect remaining. Tracking through 5 years, the fiscal impact positively is 15.4 million, 12.1, 12.6, 12.9, and 13.3. The flip side, and that is what the cost of the veterans exemption would be. The first year would be 7.6 million, the second year 8 million, the third year 8.4 million, and when these fiscal notes were written, they only tracked 3 years, but it's a similar pattern. And that is, the first year there would be a net benefit to the state coffers of about $8 million, the second year about 4 million, the third year about 4 million. Just a tad more coming in than going out. We get to grant our veterans, our totally disabled, unemployable veterans, a property tax break, while in my mind, not really harming people making over $250,000. By the way, I don't know about you all, I don't get Social Security, I get railroad retirement. By the way, that's a question I need to ask you. I get about $30,000 a year. If I was in the top income bracket, which I would be if I made $250,000, that would cost me about $1,800, $1,764 in income tax on my $250,000 of income. And I got to tell you, if I was making $250,000, I could afford an additional $1,764 if it meant giving a property tax break to totally disabled and unemployable heroes.
Very good. Representative, does your proposal here retain that Social Security cliff that we currently have in law?
Yes, it would move the cliff from 75,000 to 250,000, and I would have no problem in subsequent years addressing that, smoothing it. I will say that the smoothing proposals that we looked at a year or two ago, they all stopped, the highest one stopped at 175,000. So I moved the goalpost way beyond what we had considered before. And again, it's cliff, but I have no problem addressing that. I threw this together under the current circumstances in terms of not even knowing what bill we were going to have, being able to order additional runs to see what smoothing would do, et cetera, et cetera. In a perfect world, I would have asked for an amendment that netted out zero. So I think there is still room next year to do even more on that issue.
When I was listening to the carrier of the amendment explaining it, I kind of got the feeling that you were attempting to do kind of a pay-go for taxes here. So essentially,
I didn't use that.
okay. You know, this is one of those tough ones, and this is the struggle that we've had for really 2 years, is trying to find not only the right dollar amount, but the proper policy pieces to go into this bill. I know the underlying bill that was passed by the Senate was a finely tuned, negotiated deal. I'm not sure, we're not supposed to speculate on the action of other chambers or the governor on legislation, but I do worry that any changes to the original bill, the original agreement, with legislative leaders and the governor's office, we don't have a chance to come back and override this if there's a veto. You know, we're in special session. It's a little bit different. We don't have sine die coming back in 20 days or something. I share the carrier's passion I was extremely disappointed when we lost the Veterans Valor Program, as well as other representatives that were, put a lot of work and effort into that. This is a tough thing to say, but I'd ask that you vote this down. I'll be voting no on this, not out of any disrespect for veterans, but out of concern that changing the policy, even though I understand it's kind of revenue neutral, I don't like that phrase either, but I just don't want to lose everything that we've worked for, the $2 billion, nearly $2 billion in tax relief in this package, because there might be a policy difference on it. I'm not sure if the governor has signed off on this, if this is something that she would support or not, but I hate to say this, but I would encourage you to vote no on this.
Representative Sawyer.
With the carryover amendment, stand for questions. I didn't know anything about this amendment, so
I didn't tell anyone about this amendment, but particularly you.
So I was listening intently to your explanation and the questions from the chairman. So I want to make sure I understand your amendment. So under current law, you pay no Social Security if your income is 75,000 or less. And your amendment changes that to 250,000 or less. Understand that, right? Okay. So that creates a positive fiscal note to the state. That creates money. It's less of a tax cut.
This is what it adds, this is what it subtracts, so
Okay.
the difference in each of those.
Okay. So then you take that money, so it's 15.9 million the first year, and by the last year it's 13.3, so it changes just a little, very little. So you take that money that was added, and you use that to pay for the veterans tax cut, the Valor program, which is about 8 million a year. So overall, you're actually creating more money to the state than you're cutting.
Not creating it, we're just not giving it back.
That's a net, okay. I want to make sure I understood that. So I assume it'd be your belief then that since the fiscal note is less than the underlying bill, that the governor would probably sign this? Is that your assumption?
I didn't tell her either, so I have no indication, but I would like to have a heart-to-heart with the governor before she signs or vetoes the bill and explain to her the choices between people making $250,000 or more versus the interest of unemployed, totally disabled veterans who might be losing their homes because of high property taxes. And I have a pretty high trust that the governor can be convinced.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
We could have done the right thing, but we didn't. We pretended we were paying some respect to our veterans, and the way we supposedly were paying our respect was absolute disrespect. We were gone for a couple weeks in between decisions, and I got a number of emails, as you probably did, from veterans asking that we revisit the issue of the Veterans Valor Act. And what I told them was that if we had a clean bill that was limited to just that, and that was sent to the governor, I was sure that she would sign it. My tax chairman a moment ago said this was a tough decision. I pity you. I pity any of you that thinks this is a tough decision. I have pitted two groups against each other. Yes. But it's not like the time that we were voting before when we pitted groups against each other and knew what the outcome eventually would be. I have pitted disabled, totally disabled, unemployable veterans, their interest against the interests of the people that make more than $250,000. That is not a tough decision for me. If it is for you, I pity you. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion of Representative Vic Miller to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. Noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion fails. The Speaker recognizes Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Would the carrier of this bill stand for some questions? No, it's fine. Thank you. So I love spreadsheets as a business professor, and I've spent the last few months kind of going over some of the projections. And there are a lot of unknowns as far as future projections of revenue and expenditures. And I've visited with, as many people as I can. So for example, in fiscal year 2029, the DOB estimates that we're going to be in the hole $219.7 million after revenue and expenditures without knowing what the K-12 funding formula is going to be. Assuming that we're not going to have an omnibus bill. And basically, if you took the next 4 years off and the appropriation chair took the next 4 years off, we would have we'd still be in the whole 219. I'm not asking, are you going to take the next 4 years off? So don't worry about that. But I know what our caucus says. I know what the governor's office says. I'm just curious if you would, since I'm representing the complete House District of 53, those who want me here and don't, would you mind sharing in your calendar meetings, how do you this subject? What is the argument upon forecasting and the concerns about that? Anything you could share?
Certainly, yeah, and thank you for the question. I think when we were debating one of the bills, I can't honestly remember which one it is right now, but when you start looking 5 years out, it's extremely difficult to predict both revenues and what the expenditures, as you said, depending on the economy, K-12 finance. I mentioned in our calendar the fact that next year, the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act provisions expire. If no action is taken at the federal level to renew those will have a significant impact on Kansans as well. We've decoupled from a lot of that policy, but there's some provisions that we are coupled to. So even changes that perhaps could happen at the federal level will impact what the state looks like. Now, when it comes to appropriations or the Ways and Means process, the nice thing about the tax policy is once we set it, we have to have the budget, we have to meet the budget to fit that. So, when you start looking 2 or 3 years out, the numbers might be fairly accurate, but there's still significant changes in the economy that could impact those. Once you start looking 5 years out, if we didn't have our remember what the numbers are exactly, but the budget stabilization fund, 1.8 billion dollars in that. The current ending balance that we have, if we didn't have those balances, I might be a little bit more concerned about the fifth year projection right now in the budget profiles, but I think there's plenty of time to make those adjustments. You know, if it was $1 billion in the hole, that'd be a lot more concerning.
Right.
But I don't know if that answered your question, but that's kind of my philosophy and the discussions that we have.
No, of course it does, and I do respect the philosophy. I guess two follow-ups on that is, do you establish any projection of revenue moving forward? Like the governor's office, the DOB sets a 2% increase, very conservative, but at least it's consistent and you can make, and one of the leading arguments has been, well, you know, it fluctuates. It can go up and down. But when you forecast in the committee meetings, what is that forecast, or do you use a formula?
I believe research usually builds in about a 2%.
So consistent.
Yes.
All right, and the last question is, do you feel like a 5-year reflection based on what you've said is a fair reason to look at this Senate Bill 1? Or should it just, or is that too far out?
Well, I'm a planner. I like to look at things, and I look at on my farm and my own personal business. I have a 10-year plan. I have a 20-year plan, and I'm always looking, but knowing that those numbers are just kind of a goal. So when I look at this, when I start looking at a 5-year plan or a 5-year budget profile, it's good to have that in the back of your mind, in my opinion. This is just my personal opinion, but it's good to see where you're headed and where you're going, but understanding that the picture can change relatively quickly. So leave yourself some options. If things do go off the road a little bit, you need to be able to bring it back in the center.
Colleagues, you know, I stand in favor of this bill. However, I think I join everybody in stating that we need to do better on property tax. And it really pains me because I got a new haircut and my barber cuts my hair, and every time I hear about property tax, and I had to go to him and say, sorry, but we'll give you Social Security. And so we need to do better on property tax for the sake of my haircut at the very least. But seriously, please do keep in mind that there, as you know, there are unknowns, but I really, after doing 2 months of research, I really believe in the process, and I trust, and I've talked with a lot of people, and I feel that the projections and the numbers are being run by professionals, and it's something that I feel very strongly in supporting that. So with that, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker recognizes Representative Eric Smith.
Thank you, buddy. I will tell you, this is the first time I've ever gotten up in front of you and talked on a tax bill. And really, what I'm going to talk to you about has nothing to do with the taxes, but rather, first of all, I want to tell you that the tax chair has done a wonderful job. When we came in here together in 2017, I had no idea the blessing of talent that was coming in with me. This guy has worked hard with those around him to come up with some great tax packages this year, some bipartisan tax packages this year, that it just baffles me. One of the points I want to make coming up here is, especially those folks that were standing out here up in the gallery who might be coming in here next year, this is what a political football looks like. In 2017, we came in and the record tax increase was passed that year. We did it because funding was so low, because the spending was being ordered by the Supreme Court on education. We had to raise taxes. And part of my explanation to folks when I came into office was that I understood that I couldn't sign a pledge saying I would never raise taxes, because the fact of the matter is taxes wane and flow with the economy. Now here we are flush with almost $4 billion in extra funds, and we're debating over 0.01%. That's a political football. If you've never seen one, that's what it looks like. And I hope the folks on the very back with cameras say something about that and not just way to go, governor, because she's going to definitely make sure this is her tax bill that she made us come back and pass. Folks, this is not much different than what we passed before. But I'm going to vote for it. I am going to vote for it, because here's the other thing to learn. If you haven't been here before, every time you send a tax bill back, taxpayers lose. Taxpayers lose every time. It's been proven over and over, and this year you can see it frequently and consistently. So that's where we're at today. Let's get it passed.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, I thank you for the robust discussion today. Tax relief is not taken lightly. There's a lot of different ways we can do it. And as I said, or might have been even last year, you know, if we have 125 members, if we had you each develop your perfect plan, we'd probably have at least 125 different versions. Looks like this is a plan that we can get done and get signed to get tax relief back to Kansas. So I'd appreciate your affirmative vote. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage of Senate Bill 1.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 1. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The roll is still open. The clerk will close the roll. Has every member had the opportunity to record? No. Past that part, a little rusty. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Representative Clifford.
This governor is tone deaf to the pleadings of Kansans for property tax relief. At best, our citizens are renting their homes, businesses, and ag land from the government. At worst, we're forcing seniors out of their homes, closing small businesses, and strangling our producers' ability to feed the world. After voting 7 times for tax cuts that the governor opposed, in this election year, I feel obliged to vote yes, since this is the last train out of town. But I'll be back to work on real property tax relief that our citizens deserve.
Any further explanations? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 121 having voted in favor and 2 against the passage of Senate Bill 1, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. For the purposes of carrying House Bill 2001, the speaker recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, about a month ago, there was a vote in Kansas City to extend a Kansas City, Missouri, to extend a sales tax to continue to negotiate new leases with the Kansas City Chiefs and the Kansas City Royals. That vote failed for one reason or another. It was an increase in taxes, and the taxpayers didn't like it. And that presents Kansas with an opportunity of a lifetime to not only save the Kansas City Chiefs and the Kansas City Royals, but also to possibly move them to the state of Kansas and increase SGF so that the tax bill that we just passed, we can do again and we can make it better. This bill will fund the stadiums on sales tax that is created by new business in the district that it's built. The sales inside the stadium and in the businesses that it creates around it will be used to pay for the stadium. The bill is limited to an NFL team and an MLB team in the Kansas region. You can use your imaginations on that one. It defines a major professional sports complex of seats, at least 30,000 seats, and will host a Major League Baseball team or a NFL football team. The bill changes the Star Bond statutes to allow for a second area to be developed for a practice facility. Not unlike Dallas Cowboys have done in the Minnesota Vikings. They built their practice facilities several miles away from their football stadium, and then they built cities of commerce around them. And this will allow that to happen in the state of Kansas. There's a minimum investment of $1 billion. The bill will be in effect for 1 year so that we have ample time to negotiate a deal, and also not too much time in order for other states to come in and try to make a better deal. Should that need to be extended, the LCC leadership team could extend it for up to a year. We also will be utilizing alcohol sales tax in the districts that are drawn to pay for the Star Bonds, and that is a change to our current provisions. Through negotiation on this bill, we started at the bonds could finance up to 100% of the stadium. I doubt we could get that far anyway, but there were some issues with that. So we negotiated that down to 75%, and then again yesterday to 70%. Any deal struck between the local municipalities and the secretary would have to be approved by the LCC in its entirety, and any changes done after the approval would then have to be approved. There are provisions in the bill that no entity may pledge their full faith and credit to the Star Bonds. And so no one is on the hook except for the people that buy the bonds. And I think we're all kind of familiar with that now. We've kind of hashed that out over the last several days. So hopefully everybody understands how that works. There were some issues, there were some questions from some of you that represent areas that might get this stadium deal about the local participation in being able to pay for increased expenses around the area. And so we changed how the base is calculated so that the locals could increase the base or decrease it if they'd like. And they don't have to participate at all. But by putting that provision in there, you can either not participate with your sales tax or use some of it by adjusting the base however they would wish. Either way, whatever the final deal is, has to be approved by your legislative leaders. Finally, the bill adds in provisions that are already in law on the sports gaming. Currently, we have a portion of our earnings from the sports wagering that goes to attract a professional sports team. And that's what we're doing here. And so we're codifying that. And we're also adding some funds from the increased funds from lottery that was developed for many years ago for economic development. And I can't think of a much larger economic development project than bringing a Major League sports team to the state of Kansas. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Speaker recognizes Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The chair of the committee did a good job explaining the bill.
with my caucus this morning, had a lot of questions, and I did what I could to answer those. But I have encouraged them to continue asking their questions on the floor today, because I know there are a lot of questions about this bill and a lot of things that we haven't had time to discuss. So I'm not going to get into too many of the fine details on this, and it looks like we're competing with lunch anyway, so it doesn't there'll be that much interest in paying attention to anything. Yeah, oh, if you didn't hear, there is lunch available out in the hallway. So, yes, I do want to address a couple of things, though. It is amazing to me the speed and with which we can solve problems when they're oriented around wealth, when they're oriented around business. We can come up with this solution and we can buy every lobbyist in the building and we can create a virtual armada of lobbying effort to get this done. And I know that wealth creation and aiding business is part of the mix of what we do here, but I never see anything that even comes close to this kind of effort, any of this kind of solidarity on anything that actually affects the human condition. When we have discussions about homelessness or hunger or childhood poverty or any of these issues that are real concerns to people in the state, we do not see this kind of collective effort. But on this, because our system is oriented around this sort of thing, and we have systems that are based on capital generation, we will expend all of our resources and we'll marshal incredible energy to make this happen. Do not seem to have that energy for other things that I care a lot about more than football and baseball. That being said, and I told my caucus this morning, I can duly hold in my mind that something is disgusting to me, and also that it's probably the right thing to do. The Chiefs, we had these conversations, and the Royals are looking at a new place to be. They're shopping around. They're likely to go somewhere. This is probably at the end of the day, going to be one of these deals where we offer a deal and Missouri comes back with another deal, and we get into this contest of who can offer the best deal. But this is the system we've created. When it comes to economic development, we made this system, and this is the system that we're stuck in. So if we choose to opt out of that system, we will lose every time. So I don't like this. I wish that we could put this kind of energy into doing real things that help people in my part of the state or further west part of the state, but we're not doing that. This is the system we have. This is where we are. And even though I don't like this and this offends me personally, I still think it would be catastrophic for these teams to leave the area. It is an economic development opportunity. It is, in my view, what star bonds were created to do. We've used star bonds in a lot of ways they're not meant to be used, but they are meant to create these sort of investments. So I'm going to hold my nose and probably support this, but not without protesting the fact that we get sent here to do things for people, and we never move with this sort of urgency or with this sort of passion or the energy that we've had around this. I'd like to see us try a little better.
Representative Helgerson.
Would the carrier of the bill stand for a question in between the pizza? Did you get your slice?
Not yet.
Me either.
This is much more important to me than lunch.
I understand. Me too. You made reference, well, to a long list of things that were going to happen. First, is there an independent economic analysis that's been done on this?
As far as the economic impact,
And economic costs? You know, I would have expected that construction, if it was in the Kansas City area, is going to have so many hundreds of millions of dollars for jobs and for everything else. Anytime a business moves ahead with $1 billion project, you would have that. I haven't seen that in the information. Is there such a document?
There is speculation because there's really no plan. We don't have where the stadium's going to go, how big the stadium's going to be, who's going to build it. The engineering firm needs to come in and decide how it's going to go. But speculative, it would create $73 million in sales tax on the materials, and the labor would be $1 billion at least.
And who did the economic analysis?
Those were just speculative numbers.
Okay. How much is the state going to be paying for this?
There'll be an immediate impact to our SGF with all the revenues that it creates through income tax from the people building the stadium and the sales tax from them buying things around the stadium and the hotels that they'll stay in when they're building the stadium.
I have heard, though, that state is going to lose $1.2, $1.3 billion in either the fund that's already established for pro sports or lottery, gambling, et cetera, and other costs, building roads, et cetera. Has that been calculated?
Again, the design is not there. In some of the areas that are being discussed on where the facility could go, we have a tremendous amount of infrastructure in place already to handle the traffic for the Kansas Raceway.
Okay.
Any additional can be built into the star bonds. The star bonds pay for infrastructure as well as the building.
What we've done is reestablish new guidelines for star bonds. This bill allows you to, yeah, this is going to be a question, and if you don't mind. This bill allows star bonds now to use use liquor taxes, go for 30 years. What other criteria has changed in this?
That was the only change.
Those two?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that from now on, cities around the state are going to come in and say, you gave this opportunity to Northeast Kansas, that it should be also available for Western Kansas, for Central Kansas? Or is this going to be something you feel comfortable that a lieutenant governor and the legislature and a chairman of it is going to say, no, we're not going to do that?
The way the bill is written is it's for this one specific deal and one specific star bond project. It doesn't change the statute at all for any other project. And really, it seems like if you look through our star bond statutes currently, it seems like anytime there's a major something built, that they spell it out pretty clearly. And so it would be my guess that you currently could not use alcohol sales in any other star bond district unless there was an act of the legislature, and that would be up to the 125 individuals in this room at that time.
Okay, final point. You made reference to practice facility and that these star bonds provide the opportunity for a practice facility not separate from the facility. Is that right?
That is correct. Typically the way they're being built now is they're creating two separate economic engines, and the practice facilities are really as valuable as the stadium itself.
Okay. What about the practice facility we've already funded?
The soccer facilities are
No, practice facility. The practice facility that the legislature and the governor have already funded at Washburn.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Earlier in the year, thank you very much, I appreciate it. Earlier in the year, the legislature didn't find out about this, but a few of us found out that the governor had made the decision to take the funds from the interests of ARPA and to appropriate those without the legislature. You understand what that means? It means that the legislature now does not have the constitutional obligation that the governor has now taken over the authority to say, I can spend the money from idle funds, ARPA idle funds, without the interest and involvement of the legislature or the council of the legislature, and spend those for projects that I think are important. In this case, it was a practice facility at Washburn. And the 30-some million was put into that. I only bring that up now because it brings the point home to everyone, if not you, or it should, that we don't have all the details of this. Month ago, 2 months ago, we funded, without our knowledge, a practice facility grant that went to the chiefs for a practice facility. They also had to raise money, Washburn did. Now, I really object to the idea, and I know some of you are going, oh, he's on a rant. And you're exactly right. I object to the idea that the second floor takes over our responsibility in this issue or any other issue. But here we have a perfect example where we don't have an economic analysis of this bill. We don't know how much it's going to cost the state. My figures show that we're going to be on the hook, not directly, but we're going to kick in over $1 billion. And it's going to come from an item that we just heard discussed, and that was property tax relief. Because if we spend this money on the chiefs, you will have $1 billion less to spend for schools or for property tax reduction or for the many things that you feel are important. But more importantly, you don't have the facts and the figures yet. Who ever heard of such an important issue being dealt with because we have 30 or 40 lobbyists that have banged on our doors and said, this is what's important. Or we've had great steak dinners or great pizza. Or some of us have had great pizza. This is an issue that is going to affect the state for the next 30 years. And I am voting against this bill clearly because we don't have the facts and the figures. And maybe somewhere down the road, it would be a good idea. But until we have that economic analysis, until we have the information that says this is the best thing for everyone in this state, not just for selected individuals in the northeast part of the state, or that happen to live in Missouri or anywhere else, it is a dramatic divergent from good public policy. I use the example of the 30-some million because most of you didn't know that. Most of you didn't know that there was a practice facility that was funded by the governor without our consent because we weren't told. Leadership was told on both sides in both houses, because I made sure about that. And I addressed letters to the governor's office asking them for explanations. To date, I have not gotten adequate information. It's your money. You're the ones that's in charge of this. If you have full information, if you have a great deal of information at your hand that I don't have and feel comfortable, fine. But as of today, we don't have the information available to say that this is a good investment. And I urge you not to go down this road. I do have an amendment. And if the speaker allows, I'll try to explain it very briefly.
Hold on. The amendment appears long. Representative, you can explain.
The amendment simply says that no monies from the idle funds that are from the ARPA idle funds will be spent by the governor without the legislative approval. Now, some people, including myself, feel that this isn't necessary. But since there was an expenditure for a facility, then I'm asking that no monies be spent from this account till the legislature deems it necessary.
Is there objection to the waiving of the reading? No objection. Okay. The speaker recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Thank you. So the grant that he's speaking of was a grant to Washburn University to renovate their football stadium that also could be used at some point to relocate the Chiefs training camp from St. Joseph, Missouri to Topeka. That was just a byproduct of it. But this amendment has to do with funds that are not in this bill. It has to do with facilities that aren't addressed in this bill. And I would question its germaneness, Mr. Speaker.
Germaneness has been challenged. The Rules Committee will meet and make a determination. House come back to order. Speaker recognizes the Rules Chair, Representative Humphries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leader. So the Rules Committee had a very friendly meeting back in the back. It was unanimous. I'm going to say the results first and then explain it. We believe that the amendment is not germane. The amendment is about spending ARPA funds. The bill says nothing about ARPA. It was obvious to again, it was unanimous that this is a new section. It's added at the end. It's not inserted. It's added at the end of the bill. It takes on a whole new topic. And so with that, the Rules Committee said that it is not germane.
Representative Helgerson.
So what are you going to do about it? The governor spent $30-some million of money that was never intended to be spent. And what are you going to do about it? You know, this is the last chance that I had to bring it up. And believe me, it clearly is relevant because we have a Star Bonds issue that says they're going to fund a practice facility. And we've already funded the money for a practice facility if the chiefs allow it. And I don't care what I heard about Washburn. It was specifically mentioned as a chief's facility, practice facility. Actually, they wouldn't even name which team it was for because they didn't want it being known publicly. Why aren't you upset about this? Here, the governor spends $30-some million, and this is only one of three. And nobody got mad other than me.
Representative, House Bill 2001.
Started on the rant. I will agree. It's probably not germane. But it's more germane than some of the stuff we've been dealing with. And, you know, I'm out on a plank right now. And it's because constitutionally, we are losing some of the things. I won't challenge the germaneness. I'll accept the ruling of the committee, but it goes to the heart of the bill. The heart of the bill is you don't have the facts, the figures, and the information, and yet we're going to make $1 billion decision on this issue.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on behalf of my constituents of House District 53, would the carrier answer a couple questions for me, please? So in our summation of this bill, when it comes to Major League Baseball teams, does the bill include any affiliate teams that may not be owned by the Royals, but are an affiliate to the Royals, like Omaha or those there?
No, this bill does not mention any team at all, except for it has to be a Major League Baseball team.
Okay. And I'm curious, why just, if we're doing a major professional sports initiative, why just the NFL and Major League Baseball? Is it just the timing of the Chiefs, or is it a true initiative to try to bring a professional team here?
So thanks for that question, because I left that out of my description. Originally, we had it set up to bring any Major League team to the state. Some of the opponents had some issues with that in creating competition and whether or not we could sustain another team in the Metroplex. And so we redesigned the bill to be targeted only to the two teams that are currently up for grabs.
And the last question, because I was making my way up here, my colleague before brought up the fiscal note and specifically the impact on SGF. Can you summarize, because I didn't pick up what's coming out of SGF?
Sure. So the individuals that go to the games or visit the restaurants or hotels or buy retail around the district, around the stadium, their sales tax, when they purchase those items or spend money, will be used to pay off the bonds that the bondholders buy, and the bondholders are at risk. The only effect on SGF is a very positive one from all the income tax that's created and all the other sales tax that's created around the area when the stadium is being built, with the laborers of over $1 billion in payroll, and with the players once they start the game, once they start playing the games, all the income tax from all the players and all the employees will go to SGF, that we can one day have a better tax plan to give back to our constituents.
Thank you, colleague. I agree completely with my ranking member and support his obvious concerns of the urgency that this comes up, but yet on other topics of importance, we don't have that sense of urgency and we'll kick the can down the road. I can't tell you how many bills were on this, below the line on this floor, that we decided not to bring up because we don't have the votes and we just dragged it out, but all of a sudden we have this opportunity for an economic development and all hands on deck. I believe in supporting this for many reasons, but mostly it is proven that professional sports teams have a positive impact on retaining workforce and growing workforce for the sense of pride in the sport and in the team. And as you might recall, I mentioned here that if you line 10 college students up, only 4 will be here. College grads, only 4 will be here in 6 years. And so we have to address that issue. And it's also part of the my platform of economic development. So with that, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this bill, and I want to explain sort of the evolution of my thinking on this. When I first heard about it, I was skeptical because I had seen studies which uniformly show that stadiums built around the country almost never yield the benefits that are promised, and the taxpayers almost always end up footing the bill in one way or another. So I began to make inquiry, and I talked to people that I respect about this, and they told me a couple things. They said, don't worry, this is different. Star bonds, in Kansas are different, and this is going to be not like those in other states. And so and I said to him, okay, well, can you assure me that my constituents in Southwest Kansas are not going to be left holding the bag? And they said, oh, yes, of course. First of all, it's the municipalities that in the eastern part of the state that are going to be issuing these bonds, not in Southwest Kansas. And beyond that, any of the tax revenues that are going to be used to pay these bonds are just the incremental portion. So for instance, in this case, you're going to have a stadium built in Wyandotte County. There's no tax revenues, sales tax revenues coming in now. So the only thing being used is the sales tax that are going to be created by this new stadium. So what's the deal? Nothing there. It's only the incremental. It's going to be Northeast Kansas. Don't worry. Well, the problem is that isn't true any longer under this amendment to the Star Bonds bill. First of all, let's talk about no loss to taxpayers. And let's talk in particular about this idea of it only having the sales tax being used is only the incremental piece. I'm looking at a summary that we received this morning, which says amends the definition of tax increment. What it really does is it eliminates the idea that only incremental portions of sales taxes are going to be used. The summary goes on. It says, it allows the Secretary of Commerce to set the base year rate, to set the base year amount of revenue for any revenue derived from alcohol sales or the state portion of sales tax. Basically, it says it could set the year at year zero when they weren't collecting any of the sales tax. And then all of the sales tax, not just as is normal, the sales tax that it increased from the year just prior to the bond going into effect. It goes on and it says, it exempts the determination of base year amount of revenue from the current definition, which defines base year as the 12-month period immediately preceding the month in which the Star Bond District is established. Essentially, it gets rid of completely this idea that you're only taking an incremental amount of the bonds. And what that means is it's allowing the cannibalization of current sales tax for the purpose of funding this bond. We also know that they've added, I think, alcohol taxes and other taxes and other things that are being collected currently and being used by the state, and adding those to what's being used for this bond. So in essence, what I'm saying is it cannibalizes existing tax revenues for this purpose, not just the incremental tax revenues that come from the building. The second thing I've been told is don't worry, because the bill says that there's it doesn't allow full faith and credit. No municipality, no government, state or otherwise, can guarantee full faith and credit. But let's think about that. What do you think would happen if the sales tax and other revenues aren't sufficient? Well, okay. Can you imagine the political pressure that would occur if the bondholders, as they would likely do, they're not being paid, go in and foreclose on the secured interest they have in the stadium? The Chiefs and Royals would leave. And can you believe the political pressure that would be brought to bear to save them? It'd be the same hand-wringing that we're looking at now. We can't lose this team. We have to keep it. We have to do whatever it takes to keep them. So this notion that, you know, there's never going to be any tax consequences because no faith and credit is going to be given is also illusory. I talked last evening with a friend of mine who was in charge of the sovereign debt committee at Standard & Poor's, which about in 2011 downgraded the United States debt. And I said to him, what would happen, how would a credit rating agency look at this if the Star bonds went south and the municipality or the state did nothing? He said, well, that would certainly affect the credit rating. So that's another way that the taxpayers are going to be affected if this doesn't work. Because the credit rating of either the state or the municipality goes down, and so consequently, when they go out and issue new bonds, they're going to be paying more for those bonds. So for all these reasons, one other thing. It's no longer, as we know, a municipality that's going to be issuing these bonds. It's more likely that the state is going to be issuing these bonds. And that does directly impact Southwest Kansas taxpayers. That's my constituency, and I have to vote no on this bill.
Representative Wagner.
I also rise to speak in opposition to this bill. I shake my head at this. I think what a preposterous premise that somehow the Kansas City Chiefs, that somehow they become more Kansas by having the stadium in the state of Kansas. Everybody who listens to a game, frankly, already thinks they are in the state of Kansas. You have examples of the New York Giants. Their stadium is in New Jersey. I mean, does somebody give a rip about that simple fact? the Twins, whether it's St. Paul, Minnesota or Minneapolis, it's a real toss. I was just kind of stunned even by the attempt to turn this into a big Kansas issue when we already have Kansas in the name of the team. I also would say the fact that, we talk about this as being a star bonds issue. I mean, this is not your mother's star bonds. This is a jacked up, supersized version of star bonds. I mean, the star bonds that we had before were a 50% share. This is like a 70% share. They talk about there being no taxpayer money that is going to be used for this, paying off these bonds, when clearly there is. They already have identified two different revenue streams from the sports wagering fund and from the excess from the lottery and the expanded gaming fund. I mean, you have money that we already have control over that is now going to be diverted over to this stadium. Further, if you run the numbers, you're talking $10 to $15 million at a minimum from that. You take it over 30 years, you literally have $500 million in tax revenue that could be designated to other entities, to other more important, I would argue, other projects. Plus also, I mean, the details of this project or of this special star bond fund that we're talking about, really are very concerning. There really is minimal transparency. There are exemptions that are made in this bill from CORA and COMA requirements that would not apply to any other star bond project. You provide huge power to the Secretary of Commerce to actually authorize and change and to, tweak programs, however he would like. The final version is even up to the LLC. In one sense is fine, but in another sense, what you're voting on today, who knows what exactly after the negotiations that we continually hear about, that you're actually going to end up with. There's a ton of ambiguity that I would hate to consider as purposeful, but I really think it is, in this project. One of my other points I would make is that, goodness, folks, I mean, one of the things being a business person and such that I have a regular habit of reading the Wall Street Journal. You take the serious business press, and they are all over what a scandal public subsidies to stadiums actually are. That as far as the notion that it's a good return on investment, that it's a good economic development criteria or meets good economic development criteria is basically laughable. I mean, it's very simple. Just literally Google, public financing of sports stadiums and see what you see. You'll see study after study that talks about what a bad return it is, what a bad investment it is. You have the folks who are pushing it, the folks who frankly probably tend to have some sort of financial interest themselves or some sort of benefit, they're all, it's all frolicky and it's a wonderful project, but you get into the reality of it and the past history of other cities and other states that have thought that this was going to be some sort of economic development tool, and they find out that it isn't. You have studies. I mean, this is not just simply sort of a conservative perspective. I mean, the Brookings Institute has done studies on this. The Journal of Urban Affairs. There's a lot of different groups of economists who have looked at the economics of sports stadiums as being good public policy, and it's uniformly a negative indicator. Finally, finally, two things I would say. To the Republican caucus, I mean, really, the Republican Party is actually standing for jumping in there for just any possible reason for somebody who you're trying to move them across from Missouri to Kansas. I mean, that you consider that a real justifiable reason for putting tax revenues and to be taking the fact that you're using what is considered, future sales tax revenue. But again, economists would tell you that's very illusory, that you're basically taking funds that would have been spent at restaurant A or, entertainment venue A, and it's going over to B, and you're losing the tax revenue there that you would have had versus what you're going to have, being spent at this tax-exempt stadium. And I would seriously ask the Democrat caucus. I mean, I see folks who have a real heart for some of these other issues that are out there. I mean, why is this money not being designated to help with childcare? Or why is it not being sent for something for the homeless or for some other social service project that the designation of any of these funds is totally up to the legislature? It might currently be economic development, but why on earth, if this is what we're being fed as a good economic development project, why isn't it being sent on some sort of social service? I mean, I think it's a very legitimate question. It's something that if you think about it deeply, I think you would see that this is just a step in the wrong direction. In closing, I would say that this is a poorly construed bill. It's a poor concept. It has a misleading narrative that is being pushed upon people. And frankly, as a representative, you are elected to use your good judgment. You realize that the people who are responding to these text messages that are incessant on people's cell phones, they don't have the facts. They haven't really thought this thing through. I mean, you are the folks that people have invested in as far as by giving you the representative power, to speak for them. And
Let's quiet it down.
I would ask you to use your good judgment. You have a business enterprise that has over $540 million investment in revenues annually, has a stated value of over $3.7 billion, is owned by a billionaire, is owned by a family worth over $24 billion, and we're diverting our tax revenues, to subsidize their venture. I consider it bad public policy, and I really urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Minority Leader Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I talked earlier about tough decisions. This one's really tough for me because as you all know, it's hard to gather input, measure where your constituents are. I got 2 emails, one at 4:15 on June 11th and the one at 6:15 on June 11th. Both of them from a fella that I'll call Dan, because that's his name. Dan wrote to me at 4:15 on June 11th, subject, please vote to keep the Chiefs. He ends his email by saying, please do what is right for Kansas and the entire Kansas City region and vote to make Kansas the permanent home of the Chiefs. 2 hours later, he wrote me an email entitled, don't fumble our funds, oppose stadium subsidies in Kansas. And he ends by saying, please do your part to stand up for Kansans and promote fiscal responsibility by opposing this failed Star Bonds corporate welfare subsidy program. I wrote back to Dan and said, I agree with you. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment. Just go ahead and read it.
Clerk will read.
On page 3 in line 2, after the first shall by inserting initially. In line 3 by striking after execution of an agreement and inserting at least 10 days, including weekends and holidays, prior to a meeting of the council for the purpose of voting on the proposed amendment or agreement. Also in line 3 by striking executed and inserting proposed. In line 5 by striking all after agreement. In line 6 by striking all before shall. Also in line 6 after B by inserting made. Also in line 6 after record by inserting by the council by publishing such documents on the council's webpage on the legislature's website.
Minority Leader Miller.
Thank you. I support the bill. I intend to vote for it with or without this amendment. I was reading an article describing what was in the bill, and one of the things in the article that caught my eye was a provision that indicated that the agreement that we ultimately reach which ultimately has to be approved by the LCC, would not be a matter of public record until after the vote of the LCC. No transparency, zero transparency. Fundamentally, if we're going to ask the LCC to approve something so huge, the public ought to have some notice of what it is they're being asked to approve, and that's the intention of the amendment.
For discussion on the amendment, the speaker recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Minority Leader. Thank you for bringing the amendment. So basically what this amendment does is it allows our competitors to have 10 days to make a counteroffer. We put a lot of transparency in this bill, and we let our legislative leaders weigh in on the decision before it's made. Once it's made, everything, every single agreement and every word is made public. And that's transparency as much as you can do in an economic development project this size. The problem with making an offer public for a long period of time, every other state that's trying to pull these teams away will know what we're offering, and will know, well, heck, we could do that too. And so I'd ask you to deny this amendment and allow our secretary to negotiate and then with the oversight of the LCC. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Minority Leader Miller may close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, with all due respect, I don't agree. And this does not prevent the secretary from negotiating the agreement, completing the agreement, signing it, submitting it to the LCC for final approval. It just allows the public some opportunity to weigh in before action, binding action is taken by this handful on the LCC. I close on my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Vic Miller to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. Noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion fails. You wish to retain the floor. Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been struggling a lot with this sports bill. I've received, just like probably everybody else, we've received a lot of emails saying, please save the Chiefs. Primarily, I have not received one email that said, please save the Royals, but it's all been about the Chiefs, about football. I'm a sports fan, like many people. I listen to the 810 radio station every single morning. I hear sports. I know a lot about sports. Can't give you stats, but I know a lot about sports. And I enjoy both of these teams. But I keep thinking about, there's 105 counties in our state. And this bill seems to be, it probably will benefit the 5 urban counties the most. Joco, Johnson County, Sedgwick County, Wyandotte County, Shawnee County, and Douglas County will probably benefit the most. What about the other 100 counties in the state? Some people believe that the revenue generated from the sports teams will help the other counties by helping to support their schools and hospitals. I don't believe in trickle-down economics. I really don't feel that that's going to really happen. I think the other 100 counties will be left out of this. I also think that the Chiefs and the Royals are pretty much using us. I think a lot of people think that too. That they will figure out a way to stay in Kansas City, Missouri. I would be much more excited and more prone to vote yes on the sports bill if this legislature would allow a real debate on Medicaid expansion, medical marijuana, funding for the houseless, funding to fully fund special education, and funding for senior housing. But this legislature doesn't seem to have what it takes in order to do that. And I know some people can say, well, we'll consider that in 2025. Well, we've been passing that buck down every single year. Let's let the next legislature deal with that. I really wish people would be much more excited about doing these other things and really making sure that all Kansans benefit from the work that we do in the legislature and not just the few. For me, I will still be voting no on this sports bill. And I really do hope that we especially look at all of the other things that we can do for the state come in 2025. I will be continuing to ask that we look at Medicaid expansion and medical marijuana in particular. Thank you.
Representative Heiberger.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Can you hear me? This is probably the last time you're going to have to listen to me. Well, I sit in opposition to this bill for a slightly different reason than has been articulated earlier. This is not a new issue. This started 2 years ago. I think most of you remember when we were sitting here, I believe it was the last day of the session 2 years ago, we were debating the sports gaming bill, and out of nowhere came a provision to divert most of the sports gaming revenue to a fund to attract a professional sports team to Kansas. It hadn't been mentioned in any committee hearing. We weren't notified at our caucus meeting where we discussed it. I asked the carrier of the bill where it came from, and we were told that it was inserted at the request of the then speaker. And I was appalled by the lack of transparency then, and I still am. And I think it's worth noting that the person who requested that amendment is now a registered lobbyist for the Chiefs and for Scoop and Score. And I think the lack of transparency continues. I've been trying to determine who's providing the funding for Scoop and Score and their 30 registered lobbyists. I have not been able to do so. So because of that lack of transparency, I'm not able to support the bill. Thank you.
Representative Alcala.
Thank you. Well, I support the bill, but I do have a question for the carrier. So my question is, and I haven't heard anybody bring it up, and maybe it's too far down the line. Have we been talking about using local contractors, people that are in our area that do this? I know some of these groups bring their own contractors with them, union labor, using our own people to create jobs that wouldn't normally have with the bricks and mortar component of this. Has that been brought up?
Yes, yeah, that discussion was had. And if you limited it only to local employees, then the stadium could never be built. There will have to be people that come in. But this is a tremendous opportunity for labor because it will increase demand on labor, and the wages will be much higher than they are currently.
And I understand that. So is there any percentage we talk about using either through third party or anything with our local contractors?
There's nothing in the bill that demands any of that, because if you want to get the best deal you can, but any project that anyone will be working on, I mean, if you look at how the airport construction in Kansas City, Missouri affected labor, everybody did well, even those not working on the airport. And so there'll be a tremendous impact for labor either way.
Okay, thank you. Well, I hope it's taken in consideration that we use our electricians, our plumbers, our concrete layers, and everybody in the state that we can. And I think there should be some percentage attached to it, because we don't want to bring in a lot of out-of-state contractors, and we have contractors that don't have work during that period of time. Thank you.
Representative Curtis.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. And thank you, colleagues. It's good to see all of you. And I know that there's a lot of if we are indeed going to pass a stadium star bond deal, there's a lot of speculation that they could very well be looking at Wyandotte County, which, you know, is my community. So I just wanted to share a little perspective with you. When this started bubbling up at the end of session, and then again a couple of weeks ago, I think people in Wyandotte County, they went from a, you know what, no, to total excitement to, oh my gosh, this could really happen. And the Kansas City Chiefs and the Kansas City Royals are so important to our greater Kansas City area. They are so much a part of our identity that there could be a danger that they could actually move out of the greater Kansas City region. So that quickly kind of became the realization, I think, in Wyandotte County, is that indeed, perhaps it would be important to put something in place that could keep these teams in our region. I think one thing that we have to look at is that we are setting up a framework. We are setting up a framework. We are putting a lot of trust in those that would be negotiating a real deal. I think we have to realize too that we're not going to know a lot of those details until we have an actual real deal to talk about. We're not going to know the exact location. We're not going to know the exact economic impact. But that's not different from other star bond deals that we have done. That is the same way that the Speedway came to fruition. That is the same way that we did Sporting Kansas City, which I was proud to be a part of that negotiating team to help put that deal together. We just won't know a lot of things going in, but what's important is that we set up a good framework that then we can have people that we trust to negotiate that. I think a couple of things that I want to emphasize as far as community concerns, if it does come to Wyandotte County. First and foremost is one thing that we have learned from our experience is that there are costs beyond what you build, whatever you're building. And so what was important was to make sure that there is a local revenue share back to the community to take care not only of the project costs, but also of all of those other incidental items that a community has to bear, such as increased police and fire services, increased infrastructure, increased traffic control during, surge events, those types of things. But those things can all be negotiated and worked out in a development agreement. I think in the bill, and I appreciate the chairman, I was kind of in his ear bugging him early about that local revenue stream. And I think by giving a local option on those sales tax dollars and on those convention visitors bureaus dollars, that does allow some flexibility for the local government to figure out what that revenue stream is and what they will need going into the future, so that then they can figure out, based on some kind of a economic study, what the community can afford to put in as their part of the deal. So I think that that part has somewhat been addressed. Again, a lot of that can be worked out in the development agreement. I appreciate the legislator or the representative from Shawnee County bringing up the local contracting, because I think that too is important, that we have those local contractors in our community doing this work, building a state-of-the-art stadium, and those dollars stay local. In my final thoughts, I want to let you know, over the last couple of weeks, I've reached out to all of the major organizations in Wyandotte County. Our Unified Government, our Convention and Visitors Bureau, our EDC, even our community college, even our education folks. They are excited about this opportunity. And definitely Wyandotte County would welcome these discussions and an opportunity to bring a professional sports stadium to Kansas and be the host community for that. I'm in total support. I wish there was more time. There are some details that I would definitely like to nail down. One being, what the property tax would be paid going forward. But again, I think that we're just not going to have all those details in this bill, but I think it's an important framework. And if we want to keep these two teams in the greater Kansas City region, if you feel that's important, then I would ask for you to give favorable consideration to putting this tool in place. So thank you, Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you, body.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Representative. You made my closing much shorter. So, yeah. Keep your applause to yourself. Okay. Thank you for the debate today, and especially in caucus for the 2 hours you guys raked me over the coals this morning. Really enjoyed it. I hope I answered most of your questions. I did answer them the best I could, and I'll work on getting the answers to the unanswered questions. There was a lot of debate, both in there and out here, and a lot of it centers around the Star Bond tool. And it's no secret that I'm not a fan of that tool, because in my opinion, they've been abused. And I was one of the ones that requested the audit several years ago on, do these things create tourism or not? Because it is correct, some of them don't really bring people in from out of town. And someone might eat at a restaurant inside the district and the state won't get their sales tax. And it turns out that we were right on most of that. There's not a lot of tourism created with them. But the number one tourism project that we paid for with Star Bonds is that racetrack up in Wyandotte County. And the number two is the stadium up there. And the number three is they are all up in the same area. Well, that area was a field when we first started. I say we, it wasn't me, but yeah, I think there was one person here. But it was a field, and it was generating $0. And it was in one of the poorest counties in the state. If you look at what that area is doing today, that would have never been built up, we produce over $100 million in sales tax, just sales tax. There are 100 new companies that were created that are now up there. There's 5,700 everyday jobs. There's houses and apartment complex and all kinds of construction up there. And it started with a Star Bond. Someone here decided to take a leap of faith and try to build something for NASCAR. And I'm sure they had the same discussions that we had today as far as why not have them pay for it themselves. Well, they weren't going to do that, but we did it for them, and look what we got back. And that's what we're talking about today. We're going to do that again, and we're going to do it in a very major way. The Kansas City Chiefs, each year in the Kansas City area, are good for almost $1 billion in economic impact. I mean, if you think about it, everyone in the world knows who Kansas City is right now. And you wouldn't have that if it wasn't for the Chiefs and the Royals, the World Series. There's been discussion that maybe they're just using us to get a better deal somewhere else. And maybe they are. But when I first introduced this, I talked about the sales tax vote that failed in Jackson County, Missouri. That's all going to have to happen again in order to keep those cities or those teams in the city, in the Metroplex. And let's talk about that just for a minute. Missouri, the state of Missouri, is known for losing professional teams. Not too long ago, they just lost the St. Louis Rams. They're now in Los Angeles. They used to have a professional hockey team, the Scouts. I think there's been 2 or 3 of them, actually. They're gone. They had the Kansas City Kings, an NBA team. They're gone. We used to have another Major League Baseball team called the Athletics, Kansas City Athletics. They're gone. And so I ask you today, do you really want to put that type of an economic generation in the hands of the state of Missouri? Or are you going to step up today and take a leap of faith and make this happen, keep them in the Metroplex and bring money to Kansas so that, yeah, it might cost us $700 million in sales tax, it might cost us a little bit out of the lottery funds, but over that same 30 years, we have just passed a bill that will put over $20 billion back in the pockets of the taxpayers, both on the same day. I can't think of a better time to try to pass this. And this will allow us to continue to sustain that tax plan that we just passed, and it will also help us maybe do more next year. So I ask that you support HB 2001. Thank you.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2001. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. There will be no cameras pointed at the boards. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Representative Featherston. Seeing 10 hands, calls in order. Doorman will secure the doors. Clerk will call the roll. Hold on, Representative Featherston.
Representatives Penn, Pickert, Robinson, Sanders, and Adam Smith.
You may continue, Representative Featherston.
Thank you. The way this bill has been rushed through causes me great concern, and I will not make rash decisions that could affect Kansas taxpayer dollars. If you know me at all, you know I love the Royals, from my 2nd grade George Brett scrapbook to my bobblehead collection to my paver at the K. I bleed royal blue. However, sometimes you have to be tough with those you love. The stadium tax failed due to lack of transparency and information, which we are now asking Kansans to accept. I simply can't do that. I vote no on House Bill 2001.
Representative Blue is excused. Representative Adam Smith votes no. Are there any further explanation of votes? Representative Barth.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no on HB 2001, the Kansas City Chiefs and the Kansas City Royals Star Bonds bill for the following reasons. This bill needs to do more to negotiate on behalf of Kansans. There is no economic impact study to understand the financial impact. Typical Star Bonds are 50%. This one is up to 70%. That's a 70% discount for the developer, and Kansas will have zero ownership. I have concerns for property owners and the footprint. Once the legislature passes and the governor signs this bill, the baton is handed to the Secretary of Commerce, David Tolan, who is also the lieutenant governor, and to me, this is a conflict of interest. Therefore, I vote no on HB 2001, as there are too many unknowns.
Representative Penn votes aye.
Raised.
Not seeing 10 hands, call is raised. Representative Johnson for an explanation of vote.
I vote no. I vote yes on HB 2001 because of its overwhelming support. Sorry, just seeing if you were listening to me this time. Support by the citizens of my district in Leavenworth and Wyandotte counties. While I have some questions, I pledged when I elected to vote the bill, the will of the people. Representative Johnson.
Are there any further explanation of votes? Representative Rajas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes the road to yes is a lonely one. Your phone and email box fill up. Like many of you, I had concerns. But in the end, we realize that the voice of the Chiefs is my neighbor. And with that, and many other things in representing my constituency, all I can say about those Chiefs.
Are there any further explanation of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Delperdang votes aye. Representative Martinez votes aye. Any further changes? Representative Estes votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none. With 84 having voted in favor and 38 against the passage of House Bill 2001, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Are there announcements? The Speaker recognizes Representative Blue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of you may have heard a crying baby, and I apologize, but I'd like to introduce to you guys all Bryn Kaler Blue, born on Mother's Day. Thank you.
She is sleeping through the night, and it is wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Epley. Seeing no further announcements? Okay. Representative Chuck Smith.
No prompts. Hey, in May, I really regret it. I told the general I was going to make him mad. And, you know, the other representatives that weren't coming back came up and said something. And I thought, gosh, I got to say something about the general. Let me say a quick story first about my dad. My dad joined the Army in 1940. And in 1940, he only had to join for 1 year. They're just wanting to train you. So he got out of the Army in 1945. He said that was the longest damn year he ever had. So wounded at the Battle of the Bulge, came home. Anyway, one day, because of him probably, I've always been infatuated with war. And one day I was talking about war, and he walked into the room, and he said, "What in the hell do you know about war?" And I said, "Dad, there's only one thing I know. You went, so I didn't have to." And it's the only time in my life that I had him. He walked out of the room and he didn't have anything to say. That was the first time that ever happened, and the last time it ever happened. You know, the general, he didn't come up and talk. He's a very humble man. Graduated from the University of Washington and ROTC. Went to Vietnam twice. In 1967, 68, in 1970 and 71. His two jobs. First off, he was a second lieutenant. They tell me that was the worst job in Vietnam, being a second lieutenant. Secondly, he was a helicopter pilot, the second worst job in Vietnam. And he did it. You know, I can't talk about his whole career because I don't really know it. I've been asking him questions for the last 4 just because, again, it's a pleasure to be around him. General Dodson was the head of the NATO forces in Bosnia. I can't remember what year, but the head of the NATO forces. That's Ike Eisenhower stuff. I mean, that's big time stuff. Have you ever heard of General Petraeus? He's one of our great 4-star generals. General Petraeus worked under General Dodson. General Dodson was his superior officer. That's awesome. I mean, that's awesome. I asked General, I said, I know none of you watch Fox News, but Jack Keane, who's on there and talks about the military all the time, I said, "General, did you know Jack King, General Jack King?" He said, "Yeah," but he said, "I really liked him before he started coloring his hair." So General, looking at you, you've earned every gray hair on that head. So you've earned them. One of my biggest privileges of being up here is knowing the general. He's a great steward. He's a great Kansan. He's a great American. He is a great world leader. And I don't think we realize what a great person we had here in the House. So, General, thank you for being here. I really appreciate our friendship, and God bless you and your rest of your life.
Seeing no further announcements, the speaker recognizes the majority leader for a motion to recess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Coach, for doing that. This is a small world. It's kind of amazing. General Dotson actually was in Turkey when my unit was trying to go through there, and now here we are serving in the same house. So this has been a great experience. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 3:15, or for General Dotson, 15:15.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're in recess. I also come to order. All right, so for everybody's information, we are going to be running the House adjournment resolution. However, this does not mean we are adjourning right now. It just means that we are passing the resolution so that when we do adjourn, finally, at the end of this day, that we will be completely adjourned. So with that, introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions, the clerk will read.
House Concurrent Resolution Number 5002 by Representatives Hawkins, Croft, and Vic Miller. A concurrent resolution relating to the 2024 special session of the Legislature and providing for adjournment sine die thereof. Be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the State of Kansas, the Senate concurring therein, that the Legislature shall adjourn sine die at the close of business of the daily session convened on June 18, 2024.
On HCR 5002, the Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to adopt the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of House Continuing Resolution 5002.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The motion carries. Are there announcements? Seeing none, the Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to recess.
So, buddy, there's been a recommendation to suspend the midnight rule, but we will not do that. Yeah, I know what your recommendation is. Anyways, with that, Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 4:30 or 16:30.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries.
Yep, they're starting. The House will be in order. Are there announcements? Any announcements? Seeing no announcements. We do? Minority Leader, Vic Miller.
All right, here's how you get a round of applause. This will be the last time I'm at the microphone. We have an important retirement. Thank you. We do have an important retirement, I learned, that has not been acknowledged, and that's for our long-running Sergeant of Arms.
Actually, we acknowledged it at the end of session.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Well, we acknowledged, well, that was supposed to be his last day, but today is his last day.
Just wanted to make sure everybody knew that you were wrong on that position.
Oh, I've been wrong a lot. Anyway, let's hear it for Foster Chisholm.
Any other announcements? Seeing none, I want to tell all of my colleagues here, all of my friends, that it has been a pleasure watching you work this year. We have done some of the biggest bills that we've done in a long time, and we've done some of the hardest work, and we have worked as a body, not as Republicans, not as Democrats, but we have worked as a body, and that's impressive to anybody. When I set out 2 years ago, or well, year and a half ago as speaker, they used to ask me, what's your agenda? And that's to have, and I told them, I said, I don't have an agenda. I want the best house that anybody's ever seen. And I think we've accomplished that, and it's all because of you. And I want you to take a round of applause. And now, for what everybody has waited for, and we hope that this is it, and we can all go home and go to work and campaign and win. By the virtue of the authority vested in me as Speaker of the House of Representatives, I now declare the House adjourned. Sine die.